Good evening, Chris. Hopefully you can hear me. I'm trying yet another filter for cutting that blasted AC out. It is a stunning, I'll give it to you in Fahrenheit, 86 Fahrenheit. So you can calculate that in imperial units. But good evening to you. Good evening. Let me move my whack book over here. I gotta make room for it. Got some stuff I need to check out. Got some stuff I need to clean. I got the phone. I have some pictures. Let me pull those up as well. Actually, alright, let's go and see what I sound like. Well now, let's see. Oh my goodness, I just heard it. I gotta wait for it though. We're cutting that out. Give me a sec, that sounds horrible. Alright, we'll do that. Alright, we're going to deal with some AC noise. Anyhow, let me make sure my cameras are working. No. Camera not working. Uh-oh, camera down, camera down. We're having serious camera trouble here. That's my main cam. Let's try that. Only thing I know to do. Ah, restoration. There we go. Reset the damn thing. Alright, so let's get this up. The only other thing I'm missing is my KVM, and I have no idea why. Give me a KVM plug in. Alright, perfect, we're here. Who else is here? Michael S. Hello. Travis. Hello. I was having camera troubles. We got it sorted though. So anybody that's wondering, let me mute this damn thing. I got to take a look at this, and we're gonna have AC noise because it's bloody hot out there. I got to take a look at this thing, and I'll explain what this is. Let me get some. I have some photos. Yeah, turn off and on. That never fails. Let me look here. Where did I have those photos? Go ahead. Downloads, I believe. Yes. And I can pop them up. So what we're looking at, this piece, right? This thing here that I'm holding up, or that I held up, the big thing. Here's actually what it is. Here's another picture of it, and what it is it's a game, you know, despite the background. We're looking at the machine, and we're looking at the top portion of it here, and what that does is it has electromagnets. That's what all the circles, all these circles are electromagnets. And nothing, we ain't doing nothing high tech with this, but what it does when you have it turned on, it grabs these red foam handle things with a steel top and magnetizes them, and then it at random, let's see if we can get this, at random it will cut the power to each magnet. It's like a game, and it drops them and you have to catch them all. That's the idea behind the game. Is there another photo, or is that it? And there's my picture. Here's my picture for reference. We have to reattach these wires, so nothing major. I don't have any of this size heat shrink, so we got to get that off of there and then reattach a wire, and should be good to go. And then I have another thing to look at. We got to fix a battery, so maybe we get to see me blow a battery up in my face. And then I'm going to brought my switch, I believe, to take a look at something else. So let's try and get this going. We're going to use some heat to try and expand this heat shrink and take it off of there. And yeah, solder some stuff back on. Nothing too extreme, but this is what it is. Is that a spaceship? Which one? This thing? No. It's just a game. Just a game. And we're going to need some doing to get this thing off of there, I think. Well, let's get out what we think is going to work. Alright, microphone routing. Oh. See if we can potentially pull this heat shrink back off of this thing to be able to solder reasonably on it instead of having to cut it off. I mean, I could cut it off and cover it with black, that's no problem, but I'm all out of clear in this size right now, so We're going to try and make this work. So we're getting there, slowly. What do we need? Some anti-slip. Nope, never mind. We're limited on space. So we got to keep going about it how we were. Putting heat shrink on is one thing, but taking it back off, that's a whole different level of stupid I've come to find. Yeah, stretch it out. I don't have any more clear. Oh boy, let's see what's going on here. You mean okay, the screen was broken on it, and could you still see it or not? Okay. Possibly I'd have to take a look at it. Like, I don't know what all he was trying to do with it or how he was trying to do it. So, like, talking about something, like just talking about something without actually seeing the situation, the best I can do is speculate, and that's never, like, it's really hard unless, like, you really know what you're talking about to tell me what's going on with it and, like, what he was trying to do. I can only guess as to what somebody else was trying to do when they worked on it. On the new one? Okay. And how long was calling working for before it stopped working? How long did the calling work on your new phone before it stopped working? You're welcome. Thank you for calling. Yeah. Setting it up? Generally, I don't really charge too much for that. It's just a general setup. I don't know what all was going on. It should be fairly easy to set a phone up. Getting the data off the old one, I have no idea what that's going to entail, so I can't even begin to guess right now. All right. You're welcome, bud. Yep. Thanks. Night. Wow, a whole bunch of unknowns. I can't wait. Speculation never works for me, but that's always what people call with. Give me your best guess. So yeah, we need to stretch this quite a bit further to get this off, and then hope that it's going to re-shrink. If it's too much more of a pain, I'm not going to waste time with it. We're just going to go for covering it in black. But we got one of our tools through. That might let it come off actually after that cools. There we go. We may get this yet. Alright, we'll worry about re-sleeving it later. We got to clear off though. Let's get the soldering done. Oops, wrong side. Sorry, helping friendly hand. Where are we at? Can we see it? Can we see it? Sure we can. Ouch. Alright, we're going to go into not hit our head as much mode with our hat. Alright, let's see. Let's try and get this old crap off of here. I hate these sketchy Chinese boards out of Chinese toys and games and just crappily built stuff, but this isn't too technical. It shouldn't provide any problem for us. But knowing me, this is going to be a 10-hour process to get 2 wires on here, so I'm prepared. Michael, you're getting a scope? What did you buy? Tell us about it. Tell me about this scope. What model? What is it? I want to hear about it. This scope. Let's chop those. Get some new. Getting an M scope. What is SM? I forget what model he has. SM4NTP or something like that, or ZP. Alright, now we got to go to our reference. So here's our reference. What we're looking at, we know the yellow follows the yellow, green goes to the other side. Back out just a little. So yellow to yellow and green on the opposite side, and we should be all good. Let's do it. Make it happen. The camera that you use definitely makes a huge difference, I think. But don't trust my words on that. I'm one of them weirdos that uses a mirrorless camera on my scope and not an actual microscope cam. Actually, sleep that. Where'd our stuff go? It's still on here. Where that is almost worth stretching the whole thing out and letting it cool. Let's try it. I doubt we'll do it, but should keep it apart enough. A little more so than our longer needle nose pliers were. We'll let it cool down. Or actually, we're going to use this rapid cool of the AC. We do have little bits of wire that ripped loose internally. I guess when the wire broke. We gotta clean that out. I won't care so much about using different heat shrink, but it'll make it an oddball compared with the other 6 or 7 machines. And when one thing's different and doesn't match for me, it kind of throws me off, so I'm going to keep it the same. And I'm just not going to go get any clear heat shrink today. So that was, which end are you? Actually, I think we could have got that on afterward. Nice. Yeah, you had broke the fine with you? Okay. And you say you got a phone?
Yep.
All right.
I bought both of them now.
Let's see what you got quick. And like I said, I'll probably get to these tomorrow. Let me get a sheet for you to get some info from you. Okay, that's the old one.
That's the old one. I put some tape on it so that it won't get cut, because that
It'll cut you up. Yep, that glass will stab you in the finger and it'll make you mad trying to get it up.
That I got with the phone.
Okay,
In case you needed it.
and this is the new one?
Yeah.
All right. The only real thing I need is for transfer and stuff. Do you know the account that you had on here for an email, or did you not set one up? Did you have a Gmail address, like some?
Yeah, I had one for.
Do you know what the email is?
Yeah.
All right. Hold on. Let me mute this because I have a microphone that I don't want to. Yeah, what's it doing? Can you tell me what it's doing?
It won't turn on.
It won't turn on? Like it just doesn't turn on at all? Or you can turn, like the light comes on and there's no picture? Won't turn on at all? Yeah, I can take a look at it. I'll take a look at anything if you want me to, but one of the problems you run into with TVs, sometimes it can be very cheap, where it's a few cents or a few dollars to fix it, and then just the labor time involved with tearing it down, fixing it, putting it back together, which isn't much with, it cannot be much with some TVs. But then, if it becomes a more extensive problem with them, the cost to repair that TV can often rival the cost of a new TV of a similar size if you catch a TV on sale.
Yeah.
So that's kind of the options you have to weigh, is maybe get somebody to look at it if you want, or I'll take a look at it, could tell you what it would cost to fix, and then you can be like, okay, this much to fix it, or let me see what's on sale right now, or what type TVs there are, or what prices for TVs. That's something you would definitely want to do, versus just like, hey, take this and fix it. You know, if you take it anywhere else or bring it here, whatever. Oh, you know, always weigh your options, what's going to be cheaper to get you something better. Repairing something can be good, but you can also, you know, buy something new sometimes cheaper, but not always. But how big of a TV is it?
I think it's a 43 inch.
43? Yeah, I mean, I've worked...
Samsung, I think, is the name of it.
Alright, I've worked on 65-inch ones here. I have to set up like a different bench to do it, to get them to balance on it. They won't balance on this bench. It's not wide enough. But yeah, I could definitely take a look at it if you want. Alright?
Alright. Okay, I'll give it some thought.
Alright, bud.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. You have a nice day.
You too.
Oh my goodness, don't tell anybody my secrets. That I'm here working on stuff. So let's catch up with chat and see what's going on. People are getting nutty while I'm gone, dealing with people picking stuff up, with people bringing phones in, and people wanting to fix TVs. Hold on and off trick. Chris, blah blah blah. Seems coder scope. Copay scope, which suits my needs. Actually paid less than bonus than they shot up in price. Fires? Where's their fires at? Oh my goodness. Like right now, Michael, there's fires going on? Power Rangers? Power Rangers are awesome. I mean, I don't watch them currently, but I have. 20 minutes later, just drive. A few fields gone up near me. Yeah, I'm gonna put a second complaint in about that limousine with no air conditioning, Chris. That was crazy. I don't know how that could expect somebody to do that. That's straight nutty. Alright, I'm caught back up, I think. What a question. What a question. Is this... I don't know what that little symbol is there. Call me uneducated. What do we say? Yellow? Ball is yellow. Let's go ahead and clip that off. That's just a tad long. Oh, really? Surprised you had more cremations in the... Yeah, with no AC. You were cooking them all alive. Alright. What's the verdict? Is our heat shrink going to work? I don't have the rest of the equipment here to test this game. I did think about bringing it, but I couldn't fit the other parts in the car. The upright and the bottom plate's like a huge circle. Imagine the rest of this thing that we're looking at, but a complete circle instead of ending here and here. Well, here and opposite side. Yeah, it would not have fit in the car. Yeah, man. Alright, one down. Let's blow a battery up in my face. I'm ready. So it's kind of big to be holding up without smacking it into any of the monitors. Yeah, imagine this like way up in the air, like about 7 foot high. Then a bunch of those things hang from it and get kicked off, and you got to stand back. And it is 100% like most of it's peripheral vision, unless you're standing far back. But if you're too far back, you got to lunge at each one, and you end up missing a bunch. Fun game, but yeah, not for me. All right, we got to attack a battery here. So this is a 2-cell battery, 400 milliamp, 2-cell, 7.4, yeah, 2-cell, 7.4 volt. And we just need to find where this goes, preferably, and not destroy the damn thing. So let's try and work our way into this without stabbing it with metal. This is cheap heat shrink, so, and if I have to replace this stuff, I don't mind. But heating up a battery is never recommended. Don't do such dummy things. Yeah, a lot of hand-eye coordination needed, man. Definitely. It's a fun game. I mean, I thought it was fun, but it's tough because when that thing's up, and to be close enough where you can be within range, where you're within range to grab anyone that drops, you literally have anywhere from, depending on how far in or out you're standing, you're going to have 2, 4, maybe 6 of them just on the edges of your vision. It is a crazy concept and a lot of fun, but no, we don't want to rip it. We got to open this end up somehow. Don't want to use metal, but we're not using metal. Use some more plastic. Let's back that out just a little. Did we win? What did we win? Man, does anybody else not like what? Does anybody else here that's watching or leave a comment afterward? Anybody else work on batteries? Ever worked on batteries? It's not one of my favorite things, and I really try not to do it if I can help it. But batteries seem to make their way to this forgotten corner of the world. Some way, somehow. Alright, we're starting to split, so we just may end up replacing it. Hey, good evening, Luke, or afternoon, morning. What's going on? Last one I worked on caught fire. Are you? How are you typing, Philip? You keep putting I's for O's, I believe. Or is that just a typo that happened 2 times in a row? Did you swap your I and your O key on your keyboard? Is that what it is? Fuck, man. Anyhow, last one I worked on caught fire in my hands, not touching another one anytime soon. Yeah, I don't like batteries myself, but when your boss asks you to, hey, fix this for me. And I believe, worst case scenario, if we blow this one up, I think I have 2 more Oh no, they're slightly smaller, never mind. Let's say 2 more similar sized packs, but not near the same capacity. So, ideal goal, don't blow it up. Don't catch it on fire. Cracked digitizer, predictive text is bad on that phone. Okay, yeah, I know where you're at then. I thought you swapped your keys around on your keyboard and was believing it. Alright, this should be fairly simple. We literally need to connect to the other side here. And we could have just literally poked tweezers in through all the tape and everything and pried and tried to lift the stuff. But why are we going to do it that way? Let's tear the battery apart the right way, like we're actually trying to do something to it. It's just undoing all these layers of tape can be a task sometimes. The stupid outer layers. Here's the one we don't want to poke through, is the metal. I want to get through these so I can take a quick look. I want to test some of the other components for my project switch coming up. I brought my personal one in today to tear it apart to test some of the stuff that I have from the waterlogged one to see what's good. Did I get a complete workable kit on eBay, or is it just a bunch of trash? So yeah, we literally need to go to there. $6.18.650 went up like isopropyl alcohol very fast, lost all the hair in both hands. Yeah, no, salt water will drain lipos and whatnot, and a bucket of sand is your best bet. A bucket of water on a pack of, are you talking? No, granted, I soldered my own ends on, but you're talking those 18650, those like what's used for vaping and like laptop batteries and whatnot. These are not pretty when they go off at all. Yeah, no, that's not a good time. I will agree with you 100%. Lighting shit like that off is not advisable. Alright, so not super important here, but we are heating up solder on a small PCB. The only thing I'm doing is just using some stretch release tape on the PCB to try and insulate. I don't want anything coming loose and going over and hitting, like positive and negative crossing the two. So we're going to try and stick a glob of this on there to keep stuff separate. If I can get it off of my gloves, that is. What is going? That's out there. Oh wait, we might. Nah, I don't know. What is? We're gonna go in here, same as the other one. Wiring is hot. Too quick. Too quick. Alright, no fires today, people. We just got to put it back together now. Pack of 6. That's not fun. Alright. So there's no credit. What were you attempting to do with a pack of 6 18650s? Were you making something? Repairing? What did they come out of? If I can ask that. That 6 of those put together is quite a bit of power. Alright, we need that other thing that we pulled off. Oh wait, no, it's still on here. Okay, perfect. What's the verdict here? Is it going to work or be workable? Oh, jump pack for starting, but yeah, they got some power in those. And here's my thing. I think we're going to, because this goes internally in a toy, I think because of where it's split on the side, we're shoving that through without heating it. I think we're going to swap it over to black and try our damnedest to get the sticker. How about this? If we can get the sticker first, then we will, if we can get the sticker off, we will switch to black. We'll try that first. We're gonna get one of our other little stupid specialty items that you can generally get in any hardware store. Well, I don't want to say any. We'll say most. That is a plastic blade. Alright, we're going to set this off to the side and let all that crap evaporate. And hopefully this sticker will remain adhesive. It's hard to tell what adhesive they used on it, so we're going to set it there, and let all the solvent evaporate on it, and get our new heat shrink. The other thing was external. Well, I wanted to use the clear, but I think we can swap over to some black since this goes internal in a toy. The only thing I worry about is the thickness. It's a different mil in thickness, but we'll try it. If it don't fit, then that means we gotta go find some blue. Steve B, when did you show up, you rock star? Good evening. Awesome was it PS4 NOR video with the UFPI? I really dug that video. I listened to it as with most stuff. I listen through when I'm working, then I watch it. The NOR video was awesome video. Thank you, sir, for publishing that. Fucking with me. We have to stretch this to get it on there reasonably. No, we don't. Do we? Yeah, we do. I'm waiting, not very anxiously, but waiting for the day when the scissor handles break and I get to punch myself in the face because of a handle breaking. Alright, so we have some heat shrink. We'll take that up, shrink it there, and then we'll cut the bottom off after we start shrinking it and apply our label. Alright, trimming the heat shrink, and I think we can move on from this one as soon as we get to apply a little label. Not good as new, but a very good imitation of what we had before we pulled a dumb and ripped the blue stuff. Alright, on to the fun stuff. Yeah, flip back over there now. And clamp, got that and that. But yeah, no, if you haven't read like the bit of a horror story in the chat, and I don't know how many times, different times on my channel at different points, I've said about batteries, but batteries are not fun to mess around with at all. Even tiny batteries like that can be scary, so if I don't have to, I won't. But in this case, I was asked by Boss Man to do something with it. We'll square that up, perfect. I got no more room that way. There. Alright, let me remember to clean my mat off here, and I'll grab my switch and get to start testing some parts. I just want to take a little bit of a preemptive strike or preemptive look at what potentially I'm getting into. Finish putting away the few tools that I got out and tape. That's for that. Alright, my own personal switch. Let's get it out. Or did I? Yeah, I did bring it. Nice. Are there any parts here? I'm not going to lose anything. So we are missing a few screws on this one. I've never fully put it back together. But it doesn't matter for me. This is a switch that somebody else had worked on and absolutely destroyed, and then the person ended up replacing it, and I bought it for parts. If I'd gotten to it sooner, I possibly could have fixed it before they went and bought another one. But it didn't go down that way, so I had something and I attempted to fix it and actually somehow managed to fix it with a lot of pins missing and a lot of damage done to it. Alright, here I think I took everything out that I need to take out at this point. It always hangs in this corner. I dreaded having to tear this thing back apart, but yeah, guess I can't avoid it forever, right? Ah, that hurt. I do have, check this out. These are the original screws. Let me find them. I have 3. Let me dig these out. You have to check this out. This is what I had to work with when it actually made it to me. I have all 4. But only 3 that are not functional, 1 that will never be functional in any way again. Maybe I don't, maybe I only have 2 in the 1. Either way, they were bad. These are the 4 black screws from the corners. Turn this thing on quick, see if we can get it to function. What do I need for that to work now? Why are you giving me difficulties? Well, let's do the restart it trick. Ah, let's chat. Okay, let's switch it. There we go. It's not even super useful. Alright, on to. So these are the way the screws that came in this switch that we're looking at now. Or not that I'm looking at, but let's see if we can get this thing to focus. These are the tri-wing screws out of the back, and what they look like. I had to use something to carve a groove in them to dig them out. That's one, and all 4 of them were dug out, and the black plastic had been ripped off around them. Check that thing out. crazy what not having a right screwdriver can cause you to do to a device. Man, like, just, it's nuts what having that one other simple screwdriver will let you do. Tear something apart without utterly breaking something. Yeah, and I think, yeah, as you can see here, we can just drop screws straight through every one of the corners. Like, that just falls straight through, so all the corners are ripped out. So this is only attached by the top, the bottoms, and the side Joy-Con parts. But yeah, that was the, yeah, sure, I got the tools, I'll work on it, no problem. And just had a hobby store soldering iron. But it's alive and well, and I've revived it from parts and use it, not daily, but when I can find a couple minutes to play a game. It lives, it docks, it does what it needs to. It survives kids grabbing it and taking it and playing, so I can't complain there. But we're going to use it today to test some stuff, or at least as much as I can. That stuff's starting to dry out. We'll replace that gunk as well. Does anybody still remaining want to see what we can in detail on this thing? It was horrible. That's ripped to shit. So we're just gonna lift this off. It's amazing. You say the word switch and people vanish. Oh boy. So there's no screws in that either. That's good to know. About to go on the big screen. Hey man, that's fine. I understand it's late. I'm just going to do this. I want to test a couple things, and then I'm ending this. Nothing extensive tonight. Just getting prepared for Project Switch that I have with that waterlog thing that I bought. Just want to take a look and see how likely it is And if I need other parts, is what I have going to work? And right now, going into what I'm doing here is I 100% wish I knew, like, connecting a switch to a bad, connecting a motherboard to a bad screen and digitizer, can it hurt the motherboard? See, I don't know that. I really hope not, but if it can and does, I guess I'll find out. That's what I'm about to do, is test the screen from the waterlogged one. Never tested it, just got the stuff in and threw it off to the side. Alright, almost there, and I get to find out. Yeah, the state of this thing, reflecting back on it. I have the video. I should probably release that video, put it out, of the original, examine it, and like, oh shit, this is going to be a fun one. Possibly I will. Where's the one I'm missing? There has to be one somewhere that I didn't see. Everything seems to be disconnected. Let's pull it out of there. Alright, off to the side with you. And let's reflect for a moment. Let's see if we go over there. Okay, the scope is working now. Perfect. So here is the USB-C port. That thing was absolutely destroyed. The ground legs there were absolutely destroyed. Let's see, can we see the other side? Yeah, they weren't the greatest in the sense of things. And then there is a wire running, jumping. So that thing was absolutely destroyed. There was, let me see if I can make sense out of this. It's been a long time since I looked at this. Somewhere up in this neighborhood, there was a resistor that was just stood up on end on one leg. It was up by this. That blob of thermal paste there. That needed put back down, and I forget what else was wrong with it. This chip was it that one? Or was it one of them? One of the chips was like rotated sideways. I don't know what he did it with. Yeah. And this, the port wasn't even removed. It was just literally like, I don't know how I want to say, it was like soldered in with big blobs of what looked like lead or lead-free solder, and the pins, I have pictures, actually have pictures of it, the pins were lifted up off the pads. Nowhere even close. But enough about that. Let's move on to the testing, see if this thing, or what I have, is going to be workable hardware, so I can get out of here. I'm not trying to burn every day away to the bitter end. Take care of my thermal thumb. I'm not getting too excited with that now. Let's grab the parts. Oh, nice. I'm getting famous or something like that. Let's see what we have in the boxes. I think this is spare, yeah, Joy-Cons. Okay. We needn't worry about those right now. I think, yeah, red and the blue one. So I don't even know if these work. I need to test these at some point. We'll keep them out. In shop towels, I found it a very funny way to pack stuff. But hey, I couldn't complain. It was well packed. So we have an old back. I have a new back that I bought, and a kickstand. Then we have this part that came from, I'll show you. We have this one, the original back. Everything wrapped up very nice, but nope, something fell. Something fell. What? Who did it? Who did it? Alright, new port in case needed. I do have MT9, I have a, what is it, M92, MT92, PI3, P13 more commonly called, set of screws. We got the heat sink, the card reader. The NAND has to go with this board, I believe, but we can't actually test the board. SD card reader should be possibly testable, but I don't know, depending. And card reader, I hope, will be one that works. It looks to be the same. I guess I would need to count the pins and the connection, but yeah. So we know that's mine. I'm going to put a mark on the suspect one. We got a mark, and let's put a mark on our battery, and how about on our case? But yeah, I don't know much about it. The ad said I'm not much for fixing things, but you may be able to. And this is literally what I ended up with. So let's turn this. And it's not real bad. I mean, it's not good. We'll put it that way. It's not real bad, but here, that is what I ended up with. From I'm not much for fixing things, but you may be able to. Easy fix. A lot of it's just corrosion. but I kind of, yeah, kind of scary with, are all the components there? Is there stuff that's corroded away? It's going to take quite a bit of work. I don't know if I'm going to be capable, but look at the state of those. That's not as bad as the switch that I have working now, the one we just tore apart. There were more pins than, there was 15 pins missing on the one we just tore apart when it came in here. 15 pins were ripped loose, but this one looks like another hobby store. Another like hobby store or electronics hobby store grade iron that was used. Let's brighten that up a little. So yeah, there's even flux on this thing now that I'm looking at it. 100% this was attempted to do something with. I don't think the chances of a success are high, but I'm going to go for it. Not today. We're going to test the screen that came with this one. There's literally flux everywhere. Stuff burnt, stuff baked. Awesome. That looks a bit rusty. Yeah. eBay special right there. I'm not much for fixing things, but you may be able to. Alright, back to the screen. Hopefully this screen can't kill a working board, and I want to set my card reader aside. I'd like to test the card reader that came with it, as well as the SD reader that came with it, and see if we can boot up, and the screen as well. The screen is the other big thing, so I guess we need another silver mark. Yeah, that's a lot of work, sir. 100%, that is a lot of work. I agree with you on that one. But, you know, it's set on eBay. I might be able to fix it. The guy that had it wasn't much for fixing stuff. But if one was so inclined, it's very possible they could fix it. eBay wouldn't lie to me, or the people on it, would they? Surely no. Alright, so we took care of most of the thermal issues laying around in our way right now. Oh shit. No, they wouldn't. eBay seller wouldn't be false with me. Come on now. Alright, let's see if any of this shit actually works. That's the NAND for the board I have. I hope it is. I hope it's not just one that he had laying there with other shit and threw it in with it. And we have a fan. I'm taking that out. Yes, we can test. We're testing screen, digitizer, fan, battery, SD card reader, correct? Yes. Mine's over here, and the game card reader, which should be this one with the mark on it, right there. So basically putting my motherboard in another housing with its parts and seeing if they're good. I hope they're good, but I don't expect any of it to work. But I can have a hope that it might work, so let's go with that. Fuck is that stuck in there, man? That's odd. Alright, we'll leave it there. No big deal. Let's do it. Tweezers in front of me. I know you people that touch these on a regular, frequent basis out there are going to be like, why? What purpose? Let's switch back over here for a moment. But this is a perfect example of, I had a completely good, and I'll show you what I'm talking about. I had a completely functional good, what port is that? That's for the LCD, is that the LCD screen connector on a switch right here, this one? I believe that's what displays the image. It was perfectly good, but you can see there's a few pins out of place, namely one being there in that area. And there may be one or two other gold ones across the bottom that popped up fairly high. In instances where I ran into a good port, and instead of just changing it out, let me see if I have the thing that I use. I might have lost it by now, but I'll show you what I used to make it. If I don't have it. I thought I stashed it, but possibly not. I just have to dig through all this shit and mess. Okay, it's not there, not there. Let's check the rest of it. There it is. Excuse me. Dying over here. Here, I believe, I just got to figure out which one it is. So what I did was took and cut down a piece of blue plastic off of any laptop ribbon cable that was big or wide enough, or any type of ribbon cable. Plastic, cut it down, and basically made it to the size and pushed the pins out of the way the best I could, and then used this to put in there to flex pins back out of the way when they were bent, versus putting a new connector on. I know you can put a new connector on, but I didn't have one at the time, and I had to find a workable solution for this when there was a couple pins bent out of the way. And I didn't do it by eye, I did it under scope. So let's take a look at that. This was my workable solution for bending pins back out of the way. I left a little bit of the adhesive on there, and these are fairly thick. These are about almost as thick as the ribbon cable that plugs in when you get one off of like a laptop keyboard or some other ribbon cable. But I cut it to the right width and put it in to the LCD connector once it's in, and I can see that there's no pins bent up from the bottom. Just latched it in there and then left it sit for a while. Just tossed it off to the side, let it sit with that locked in there. And it doesn't perfectly put the pins back, but it got it to where the state where I could get my cable back in, no issues, without grabbing the bent pins and bending them up out of the way the wrong way. So that was how I fixed my broken LCD connector in that case. And you can see there's still a couple dodgy pins there. I never felt the need to take and really move anything back out of the way, but there's one or two gold ones there that are iffy, that one silver one. Nothing too extensive, but if you have a bunch of pins that are just all out of sorts and fairly bad, I wouldn't play around with it. Just one or two, try and put them back. Actually, let me look at that. Just one or two, try and put them back. And in this case, it worked perfectly for me. So yeah, there's two there, two gold ones. I don't know if you can see that or make it out if I'm in focus. So the two gold ones, I'm going to say these two gold ones on the bottom are out of the way, and that silver one there is kind of pushed far down, or that just this silver wire right here. Anyhow, enough about that. Let's get on with testing and try and get this cable back in one piece. Is it going to happen? Who knows? I absolutely hate plugging these things in. Tucking that connector dead into a corner. Nuisance of a design. You know what, let's put the board in first, then we'll worry about putting that in. I think that may work better. I'm not sure, I can't remember. It's been a while since I had one of these apart as well. You get out of the way. You as well, get up here. What are we missing? Wi-Fi wires out. Bluetooth, we just need that ribbon cable in this one. No, that was it. Okay, let's put it back in again. There, we got the magic little snap that'll let it go in this time. With half of our wires missing that we actually want out. Alright, let's check. Volume, power, LCD, both the antennas, backlight, Joy-Con, speaker, other Joy-Con, battery. That seems to be all of them. Let's attempt this blasted connector here. I really hope this don't mess up the motherboard, plugging it into if something here is bad. But I suppose that's the price I will pay for doing this. Unknowing. I honestly forget how I put this in last, or how I put it in when I reassembled mine. Let's go back under here and check quick, make sure we're not grabbing any wrong pins. No, the silver one's up, so we should be okay to tuck that in and go. Alright. As long as we go keep it down, we'll be good to go. Okay. And there it is. Got it. Perfect. Thank you. Finally. Alright. Test unit, it is. Let's work on getting this in. Alright, time to go under the scope. This cable or ribbon connector looks a bit oh. Why is it bent? Why is it bent? Is that... So the plastic's broken on it. Okay, good to know. Good to know. Hopefully it can still function. Yeah, that definitely... Alright, we got to do something about this. Let's move the mat over and try and take a look. This is just spare parts, so I could care less if this breaks or not, but wow. Are those bent? They are. Okay, so I don't think that's going to latch right down, no problem. This may be in the world of, yeah, you need a new one. First thing, we got to get that hook bent sideways. Damn it, I just wanted the test parts. I didn't know I was going to have to manipulate them. I don't think we have small enough tweezers to get in there and twist that. This is going to have to be a real creative thing. Let me see what's the smallest I have. It's not those. Those are about the same, honestly. I think it's going to demand, yeah, see. And those ones are dead as is. This might demand a new game card reader. Push that out of the way. Look at those giant things. Yeah, we don't have anything in the ballpark small enough to grab and twist that except just our normal everyday, and none of them are going to work. A couple other packs. Let me see what's in this other pack. A few packs I have some cheap junk, but if I have anything that still has usable end on it, that would be nice, but I doubt it. Not even near small enough. Check it out. This is just all. Look at those. Those are the best ones yet. Alright, let's just get in there and try and manipulate it some way, somehow. If we bend some other stuff, we'll worry about that later. I got like proper bent. How do you even do that on one of these connectors? That's what I'm wondering. There's some progress. I don't mind that. That may be unbent enough to at least get this to hook back in and latch. That would be nice, but I doubt it. We're not going to get that type of luck here today, but we're going to try like hell. The things that get messed up too when you can't actually see what you're working on. It's just simply amazing. Like, no way. There's no way that's gonna latch and work normal again, right? Alright, good. Get the CA glue. Glue it in place. You're right, this is going to pop back out. Unless we melt it, let's melt it quick. Let's see if we can keep it there by melting it. Not what I advise doing with a Hacko tip. If it's your only one, if you can replace it, so be it. There, we'll see if that'll keep it captive. A little bit of it melted, not a lot. Probably still going to snap and break first attempt on it. Let's try and lift our latch. Or maybe not. Maybe the latch works again. Is that too much to ask? The whole thing is just sketchy feeling, but alright. Back at it, back at it. Let's see if the game card or the digitizer. I think this is digitizer we'll plug in here now. That we have that bent kind of the right way. And everything seems to be working. Put that in afterward. Put you together. Alright, so I'm not going to go super crazy with the screws. We'll just put a couple in to hold this thing down. Just testing, just testing. We don't need fully assembled. Able to stress test and do a rage quit test over our knee to see how well it holds together. We're just going to put those two in and get our sketchy game card reader / that thing. Nothing looks out of place there. This, that's in. Latch it. I know that's in now. Nope, not in. We'll do it the other way. Silver screw, where are you? Of course, we can barely see that. Move it slightly. That's our shit fan, or the one that came out of the bad one. We're gonna give it a test. With testing so many failed components all at once, I don't know what the likely, or not failed, but so many unknown components all at once. I don't know what the likelihood anything's gonna work is. And it could be an extremely bad idea, but I just wanna see. What else do we need? Steve B, what's up, man? Laughing at the old guy breaking down over here with his not getting the shit working. Skills or no skills. Would be sticky as its flavor. Porter head will open. What are we? Hold on. What are we talking about? What drink did you get? Water. Good. Lager. You guys are talking about alcohol? Oh my goodness. Don't do this for cooling on yours. We're just doing this temporary. No, I don't even think we really honestly need this at all. If I'm to, like I said, I don't know a whole lot about these, so I'm just going to say that I'm going to throw this on, clamp it down with a couple screws, and have that thermal pad there, and hopefully it doesn't crack anything because it's too thick. It's, is it 1 millimeter or 0.5? It's the thinnest thermal pad I have. So we'll just put a little pressure on it. Lager. I used to drink years ago, but I haven't for many, many years, and don't plan on it either. There's nothing wrong with people that enjoy it or doing it. It's just not for this guy at all. And where are you guys getting drinks this time of night? Is there places still open, or is this strictly at home? This Joy-Con connector, or the ribbon, does the stupidest little loop going through there. It's absolutely just mind-boggling why you would make something take a turn like that. I mean, I know, but Nintendo, the way they designed it, even Sony designs better than that, I think. Alright, we're getting close. I don't know if the battery's any good. We may end up having to use my battery. I suppose while we're here, we'll test the speakers. And the only thing that I know of functioning is the motherboard as it came out of my Switch. But the rest of this, literally everything except the motherboard and the heat spreader and fin stack and whatnot came out of, or is the junk parts. They came with the "you may be able to repair this" eBay special. Scope up chat for a minute. The fridge, there's still places open though. Alright, good to see you guys got the crack shacks over there that are open 24 hours. Our 24-hour places here have a plague of people sitting in there basically playing slots at all hours. The 24-hour places especially, that's where the tweaker crowd hangs out at night. The spinning machines, hoping to win money with their last few dollars. And some do, most don't. Alright, what did I forget other than a whole shit ton of screws and the SD reader? What did I forget? We don't need this on. This will kind of help me plug in the SD card. I don't know the state of this battery, but fuck it, let's do it. I don't even know what to do here. What do? We'll put one in the middle and one down by the SD and one through it. Can somebody tell me what Shandy is? I've never heard. Is that a brand or a flavor? It's a thing. Come on, tell me about the thing here. I'm trying to get educated. If I even said that right. Probably has a completely different A sound. Alright, unknown SD reader. First go, that almost never happens. That plugs in first go for me. We're missing our black thing. I am going to put a screw in right there just to try and keep the metal from flexing and lifting the SD card off, or the SD reader connector off of the board. So let's put one screw in there. You know what I don't have here? I don't even know why I care about the game card reader. I don't have a game card with me. Fuck it. Safe to say the battery is not charged, 100% not charged. Let me grab a switch power supply. How about a whole dock? Lager, bitter, and lemonade. So it's a lager? Like a bitter lager mixed with lemonade? So kind of like our, it's probably not the same shit at all, but like our Mike's Hard Lemonade, or like the hard cider, like shit like that we have over here. Yeah, possibly refreshing on some days. Alright, we have the screen lighting up with the battery charge symbol. And this is not my, or is it? No, this isn't my screen. Because I marked the spare one, and mine has thermal paste all over it. And it's all busted up. It's missing that piece and soldered from where the original technician worked on it before I got my hands on it. So we have charging. How long does this take to turn on, guys, when you plug one in with a flat battery? Could this be like ages and ages? Fuck, do I have a game card here? No, I don't. Do I? No. Oh well. One thing we don't get to know about. I guess I could assemble it fully. Five minutes maybe, usually less. 10 minutes if it's a genuine charger. It's actually says Nintendo. Right on it. 100%. No, that battery, I guarantee it's dead flat. Like 100% hasn't had a charge to it in, I'm gonna say, year or more. Maybe, I don't know. But if it was full, it might still have something in it. Who knows? So here's a question. How do we detect a bad game card reader if I don't have a game card? 100 messages with Restream. Well, thank you, Restream. Sometimes I can power up myself. What do I run? 50 volts right into it from a TV power supply? Or 120? Yeah, it flashes right back. Alright, so we get to hang out and chit chat, and I can start cleaning up the rest of this shit that I'm not going to be dealing with. I have to put a few parts back in here. And I believe, here, riddle me this, because like I said, I don't deal with these all the time. I'm not fixing these on the level of anybody else that is on YouTube. This piece here, this is the board that I have to work with. This piece here is vital if this is the right one for this board, because they came separate. They weren't clipped together how they're supposed to be. If this is not the right one, basically this and this is useless. If it is the right one and they're paired together, and you know, possibly fix it. But yeah, there's a lot of work, going to be a lot of work here. But if they are, is there any way to tell, like physically looking at them, if they're the right one that go together? That's what I want to know. Yes, they're married. Nope. Damn it, man. Come on, I can't get no breaks. What was I seeing right there? Oh, okay. I thought the screen was all blue for a second. Was it? Or was it just the blue from my screen reflecting? Potentially bad dead battery? I don't want to waste time sitting here letting this charge. Let's take a look. Let's see if it's clocking in anywhere at least normal. What's the word, people? What are those readings telling us? Screen reflection, you can clone them provided you have the original. Yeah. Only know when booting. Disconnect the battery. And you mean boot it that way? Yeah, okay, we gotta tear it back apart. What are these readings telling us? Shit. dead, but will boot soon enough. Alright. So we're throwing some juice into it. Alright, good. Juice meter's still working. I approve. If you don't have one, buy one of these. I love it. It's been one of my most handy little things that I've had for checking stuff. Fuck, I don't even know what those go to. Did anybody else see the motherboard that I have in detail? This thing's a bloody nightmare. It's in a coma. Slow power to boost for fast charge. Yeah. So trickle charge it until we actually get some power into it. Got it. That could take ages. I don't think that's worth sitting and watching, correct? So we disconnect the battery. I don't know, but since I bought a new back for the project one, and my back had the backs ripped up over the screws, I think I'm going to take the scratched up used back that came with the project one for mine, because I could actually put screws in the corner and have it hold it down. And I don't think this and these two will be stripped out like mine are, so swapping one of my own parts. I'm putting a giant X on this one that lets me know. Shit. Yeah, I had a small coma break last night before I left here. I'd like to say it was just 5 minutes, but it was closer to an hour. I forget which ones I put in now. So 0.45, 15.45, what is that telling us now? Was it 0.2? Is it charging quicker? Still not going to turn itself on. Fuck that thing. I'm disconnecting the battery and seeing if it turns on. Will it even turn on with this? Or like this, without a battery? So instant back off. What problem be that? Alright. If we're saying it's going to turn on soon, I'll plug it in. But turning it on without the battery, it flashes Nintendo and instantly back off. What problem is that? Yeah, no, I tried it twice. It just flashes Nintendo and then black screens, and it does nothing until I attempt to hit the power button again. Flashes Nintendo and black screens. I'm going to plug it back in, or battery in, let it charge for a bit. I'll just continue cleaning up, because I'm leaving as soon as I'm done with this thing for the day. It seems like I have a possibility of a good screen. The card reader I can't really say, because I don't have a game card. SD, we won't know unless we can get it to boot. Current draw. Yeah, we will. Give me a second here. So we only get a couple little attempts at that, and then it just, no matter what you do hitting the button, it's not going any further. So shit battery, unless we charge it. Let's find out. Let's keep cleaning up and hope. Jump past 0.49, anything below could signify fault. You mean just whenever it turns on, or whenever it's charging? If it stays below, like the charging current, if it stays below 0.49, could signal. Yeah, I thought that when it was like would start like actually boost, like it boosts and starts charging higher, it was like 1 point something. But again, I had my hands on a handful of these, and 3 switch lights, 1 that I've opened, 2 that I didn't open at all on the light end of things. Let's clean up some of the thermal. Oh, what's the shit? Yeah, we'll do it later. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought, charging. I wasn't sure, but I thought so. Do it that way. There we go. There it is, an upside down. All right, progress. 0.7. That battery has to be. I mean, that's like that's less than flat tire status on that one, man. What did it do? Did it sleep or did it crash? Just went to sleep. Let's see if we can get some volume out of this guy. Alright, we do have some sound. If this thing actually hit water, I know it's not going to hurt it, but I'm guessing there's going to be corrosion down in the rails. How do I take a look at that with it plugged in charging? Way to go, Nick. Genius level of scoping you're about to pull off. Out of the way. Come on, dude, go away. Alright, so let's flip. Just because those are clear doesn't really mean anything if this thing indeed did get dunked in water. Those look fairly clean, but I've seen at least the few Joy-Con rails I've had out, I've seen those clean, and corrosion on the back side of it. Let's check this one. Fan is not spinning, so it's not doing much. And look at that one. So we got some shit there. Can we see that? Let me turn the light up. Alright, I forgot the dimmer switch. Sorry, guys. Let me try and get this focus the same as it is for me. So we have some shit on that side for sure. That'll need cleaned up. Let's see what's the worst that happens? We plug them in and see if it works. Let's test the ones that he sent with it. Or she, or they. No, not a fix. I'm just testing parts. Just merely testing parts. For a project one that I bought from eBay. So as expected, That's going to need a lot of cleaning to connect there. Well, these are deader than dead too. Let me grab ones that are charged. I guarantee. I think they would still possibly connect, if I'm not mistaken. We have a working fan. That's good news. Some of the games that are showing up are on the SD card, so we know that's working. Let me grab my test controller. Move those to the side. So absolutely nothing dead to the world on that one connecting. Some Joy-Con rails possibly need cleaned up. Or there could be a whole nother problem. Hopefully no other problem. These might be dead too, now that I think of it. Let's try some charged ones. I don't know that that makes a difference. In this case, I'm just merely trying stuff, but let me grab mine. I know they were charged sometime in the recent past. It still doesn't show a connection. So only one is charging? Alright, somebody explain that to me. Do you see that there? Why is one green with a lightning bolt? It means one isn't charging, right? And that's probably due to this left-hand connection that is just like, looks like some moldy green cheese with the corrosion that's on it. Okay, but it did connect in a sense because these were paired with this console. Okay, yes, it just means not charging. Perfect. Alright. I think that's about it. Left side connection bad. Yeah. Let's see if we can get anything else to go. Very much doubt so. Alright, so I know I need to clean the rail on this side. I can just clean them both since it got dunked in water. Fan's good, SD's good, game card's still unknown. Successful test. I can rebuild my switch now, and I think with it cleaned, we'll get a connection, but here's what's puzzling me, okay? Why? Whenever I connect this, does it not show it connecting? You know, the little flashy on the side. So clean both sides potentially to get results with that. Alright, a lot of work to do on it, but hey, at least I got some semi-good parts. Both rails, there's a potential another problem, and I still have to test the game card reader at some point. But we're not leaving it in this state. I'm going to turn it off and reassemble mine, but I can back. Very, very cool. A lot better than I expected for buying a waterlogged switch that was just pictures of pieces of it laying there on eBay. But I'll repair it. Yeah, but if they're already paired, it should still show when it connects, I think. Or does it? I don't know. Now you have me questioning, man. Now you have me questioning. I didn't plan on doing any work to this thing. It's getting late. And you rock stars are hanging out for who knows what over there. It's super late. Good night, Steve. Sorry I missed that, you saying that. Savages. Savages staying up late like that. Yeah, I'm going to rebuild my switch and then get out of here for the day, I think. I know what's good. I know what needs work so far. Game card. I am so kicking myself in the ass right now for not having a game card in my switch. It would have been nice to have that test, because I brought this down here today on purpose to test this shit for Project Switch, and it, yeah. I leave one of the test points at home, or the test objects. Actually, no games are on. I don't know what games were on SD, because we did have it plugged in, then we didn't. Fuck, we're right here. I'm testing that. 2-0. What kind of war is this going to be? Alright, so we can see the micro SD card there, if that's going to focus. System memory, micro SD card. And how do we check? So we know Super Mario Odyssey is on, if I understand this correctly. Go back. It will show the picture of the little micro SD card with a number beside it. And if it's on the system, it would show the data by the switch, not the SD card. I think that's right anyway, so we are seeing it. Perfect. Alright. I was doubting it for a moment there. out of the way. Those have to be determined functional or not still. And the game card, we'll leave it suspenseful for the rest of that. Anyhow, yeah, I will leave you people here unless anybody really wants to see this thing get torn down and put back into my housing. It's quite boring, but I'm going to go ahead and do it because I want my Switch working. But yeah, awesome. I'm going to make a note of this shit so I don't forget very quickly. And question mark still is the game card. Fan works, battery seems to be charging, but we're going to put battery with a question mark as well. You're you straight madman, Chris. I don't know how you do it. But yeah. I feel extremely, extremely alone. Did I have thermal paste everywhere? Tell me I tested the wrong SD reader. Damn it. The one with the X is the one we wanted to test, not mine. We know mine works. The one with the X's is the suspicious one. I'm still seeing it, as far as I can tell. We know Mario is, I believe, on SD. Most of the stuff is. Let's load up a couple. We might have a kid at home on a Switch with the same account. We need our Joy-Con out to do this. I don't know that, do we have it connected to Wi-Fi here? Okay. So we are connected. Let's load the game. You bastard, go. Internet doesn't, I know I flipped airplane mode on and off, but internet is connected and not. That's about it, right? I'm not a dummy. Go. Still, so we have a Wi-Fi problem. It is not literally, just doesn't want to connect. Let's try a different connection. Cancel X, cancel. Be back. So tell me about the Wi-Fi. The antenna's on? Yes, they are. You're talking about those? The antennas are 100% on. Unless there's other ones. Or is it Joy-Con based? I really didn't think that. But cancel, go back, stupid. Yeah, so we got a Wi-Fi issue. Please check the status of the network device and try again. Yeah, we have Wi-Fi, obviously, because we're streaming now, so. Wi-Fi has to be looked into. Anyhow, yeah, let's rebuild this thing the right way. Or no, I guess it isn't. Let's try this again, okay. Go there. I just moved it. I never physically connected it. I moved it. Let's put it on quick and see. Because I just thought about it. I remember fiddling with the white one and the black one and clipping the black one on, but I don't ever remember clipping the white one on. So, antenna shouldn't hurt anything, but I'm still not going to play around with it. Alright, maybe this will solve our problem. We can run a game from SD card. Antenna is 100% on, so is the black. The white, let's go. We got a check mark, so we should be Wi-Fi-able. Okay, we got the Wi-Fi. Yeah, so many problems with Joy-Con rails, we know that. I'm definitely giving up with though. They don't want to either stay connected or something's going on. Yeah. Yeah, shouldn't have Wi-Fi issues, but the antenna wasn't on, but it seems to be having that, and for whatever reason we've lost Joy-Con connection. We know this side's bad and sketchy, but anyhow, some issues to be determined. It's going back together. Wi-Fi is one of them. I thought it'd be easy to check that quick, but definitely not. So these are just communicating over the wireless connection, even when they're on the rails. So both rails are bad, because when we kick it into airplane mode, we lost connection to these. So that explains that. All right, excuse me. Let's hope the kiddo's not playing a game, because he's about to get booted if he is. And we're running from sketchy SD card with my SD. And so that takes it down to another level. Wi-Fi seems to be working now that the antenna's on. Resume. Perfect, good enough for me. I know what issues I need to work on. I'm done with this crap for the day. But it's not without issues, as I found. Way better than I'd hoped for what I bought. Way better. So I can at least be happy about that although the board has had heat and soldering iron to it, it's not as bad as it looks with everything else, I suppose, is the takeaway there. The board is rough. You don't wish that on anybody, but I got it. It's the way it is. I guess I'll have to deal with it at some point. But yeah, that's Project Switch. Fully don't expect it to happen, but I'm going to give it a go at some point here as soon as everything slows down enough that I can, which we're about to the bottom of the stack, so what am I forgetting here? Yeah, no, the wireless Joy-Con, but that's how they were connecting, was wireless, and only because they were paired with the console. They weren't connecting on the rails at all, so both rails are bad. 100% both rails need cleaned or something going on. But because they were my Joy-Cons that were connected, they connected wirelessly. What I was doing, in case I was game sharing, but not so much game sharing. What you do is you let a game, check to see if the software can be played, if you want to play the same game on with the same account on different switches. And one of the switches, you load the game up, and as soon as it says checking if software can be played, you let it do that. When it's about to okay it, you kick it into airplane mode, and it'll go through, it'll kick the other person off, but they'll be able to reconnect, and you with yours in airplane mode will be able to play for like 3 or 4 hours. Same account, same time, on different switches, same game or different games. And that's what I was trying to do in case the little one at home was on his Switch. But no worry. We got it. We tested the game. We know we got Joy-Con connection issues. We'll get there. Man, what a state this thing was in now. Just the whole rest of it. That game card connector was busted up. Come on, man, disconnect. Why are you being difficult? Alright, unknown. It goes back in the box with the other shit. Fan works. That's good too. We'll actually keep him in there after we get my board out. Speakers worked, volume worked. I don't know if both speakers worked. I don't want to portray it like that. But overall, can't be bad. Can't be too bad. Anyhow, yeah, I think somewhat successful. Could have been better. Everything could have worked, including that board, but that's not what I bought, so. I got the lightly used version. Turned on once or twice. Will work for you if you charge it. That's the model I bought into. What did I forget? The one troublesome one, that's what. What do you mean? It's true. It's 100% true. Lightly used, turned on once or twice. Will work for you if you charge it. I swear the ad said that. Come on, man. eBay. Okay, let's get this sketchy shit out of the way. All this stuff that I don't want to have to mess with until it works. I'm going to give that to somebody else to make it work. And these got to be stripped down as well, sadly. Can't wait to do that, not really. But, yeah, I only played in the bathroom once. I only played in the bathroom one time, right? So it was dropped and bounced off the bottom of a full bathtub of water. Nah, sir, that's not a bug or a fault. That's a feature. It's liquid cold. I was playing a heavy-duty game that day. We needed some extra liquid cooling. Alright, we're gonna de-thermal some shit and then rebuild this, and I'm going the hell home. Saltwater damage and full of sand, yeah, that would be excellent. Excellent. What more could a terrified technician want like me than something that screwed? We're gonna do some cold iced tea. I doubt there's any ice, but the tea will be cold. Yes, yeah, that works. I think I dinged up my digitizer on them screws, or we just got some gunk on it, one of the two. Just gunk. Alright, feel better. Thought I actually put weight on it and the screws that were under it and damaged something for a second there. Alright, less thermal compound on that for me to keep spreading everywhere. Let's go for this one. What a shame pulling that apart. Although, new thermal paste doesn't sound like a bad idea. Yeah, I totally feel like I get this thermal compound everywhere, more so than anybody. I don't know how I do it, but that shit goes absolutely everywhere. And why clean the top, right? It's just gonna get shit put right back on it. That was actually fairly dried out. And it came off fairly clumpy. Gets, yeah, transferred. Yeah, that's what I call that. No, my level of thermal compound transfer around the place is like I'd be winning fucking Oscars, Emmys, all kinds of shit. And then immediately after winning, I'd get slapped. Just for saying, what are you doing, asshole? Don't do that. Okay, here we go. Let's mess up our LCD port. I'm going to plug this in real quick just to see that all the pins are in place. Not necessary, but just me being super sketched on not wanting to have to play around with this port for an hour. Yeah, I think if we put, I think it's going to be the same situation as last time. We literally just need to keep the ribbon down, and it will go under that bent down far silver one. Yep. We'll latch that in there for a few moments. But no, that's totally... Let me grab it. Let me grab this stuff. Ow, that hurt. Fuck. Backs don't work like they used to 20 years ago. Most computers nowadays don't have IDE cables on them and other stuff, but you can rip this the thicker blue plastic off the back of the laptop. Ribbon cables, IDE cables, and other things will have, some IDE cables have them. Different ribbon cables have the blue plastic on. that I used there to trim down to make that little, I don't know what it is, like gauge to just try and squash pins back in place. But different laptop keyboards will have different sizes of the blue plastic on, along with other cables. I'm not sure about IDE cables or all of them, but yeah. That was a fairly thick ribbon cable in a laptop, like an old laptop that I cut that out of. That's how I fixed that port, was with this. Just picking the pins up out of the way with tweezers, and then put this in, and latched it in there and pressed on it to try and get them to stay out of the way. Because I didn't have a new one of those at the time I looked at this. So, yeah, that was my fix. It may work for you, it may not. It worked for me. That goes there, that will go there. Looks good. Let's break it. And we don't have a silver pin missing, so I know all the gold ones are down. They're not pried up. When the gold ones come up from the bottom, it gets tough to insert this ribbon. When the silver ones go down, it gets a little tougher, but not near as tough when the gold ones from the bottom are like pulled up and you're inserting it bending pins. From what I noticed when I worked on this, and had to straighten those three. It was 3 or 4, I can't remember. But we're back in. Let's latch that in place. Start putting our board back in. Did I catch that? I did. Get out of here, silly. Even more so when you work at a standing bench, is that so? Yeah, I concur with that, but I can't. Shit, man. I can't see when I've got multiple computers doing cleanups and then working on something, you know, like upgrading or soldering or something at that level. I can't see doing it all at one desk. I gotta be able to move back and forth to get to this stuff. Standing bench seems supernatural for me, but I could be 100% wrong on that. It's not for everybody. Maybe I need one of them sit stand. Like I need a damn big custom bench though, that will rise and lower when I need it. That would be super cool. Epic build. All right, tomorrow's project for Thursday. Build one of those. What the heck? Did I leave it over? I did leave it over there. Oh well. Forget to transfer the camera from time to time. It happens. It happens. What else do we need? Oh, that's right. The goopy one. I know that's in right there. If I wasn't holding it off screen, I probably was. Whenever I put these back together, I don't like letting that just come down in and loop and bend up around. For whatever reason, it just seems like having it partially tucked in, if I can show you. Having this part of the loop of it right here tucked in under the board so it doesn't stand up and make it thicker by this screw hole for the SD and whatnot. I don't know if it's right or wrong, but it always seemed to make more sense to put it in with that tucked under the board to me. And but it usually always comes back out. Where are the bent ones? Yeah, see there, it's right back out again. We're going to make sure it gets tucked in though. Maybe out is the way. I don't know. But this is the stupidest setup on a ribbon cable. Yeah, no, it just wants to come back out, so guess what? It's staying. I thought it was tucked in there. Barely has room. But if it ain't broke, why fix it? We're gonna leave it. I need my card reader, which is this one. No marks. Local, no. For what build? What build? Like a sit stand bench? Yeah, right. Our local DIY store doesn't even sell lumber. We gotta travel a couple towns away in any direction to get shit like that, man. That's not a thing. That's not happening. Now there is a lumber store in town, but not on the level of like a Lowe's or Home Depot or any of those places. What are we missing here? A fan? What else are we missing? We left some thermal junk on it. Let's clean it off and see that my switch works, putting it back together after testing. That's the only goal. Will I have it working? Dude, this shit goes literally everywhere. I gotta move that bastard again. Oh my goodness. Oh, I'm tired. I'm done. We need to remove one screw and unsnap it, and we should be in the neighborhood. I don't have an exact count of how many. Come on, you're kidding me. What are you doing that? I got. Oh my goodness, the shit that happens in daily life. Anyhow, I'm waiting on an update by phone over a situation from somebody, but for right now, I gotta get this back together. We're gonna put it into expedited mode. It's gotten way late. Later than I like. Let's do the heat sink quick. Doesn't work. Daily life is just bananas and what can go on with it. Alright, let's throw a good blob of MX5 on here. Make a fine mess out of it. Come on, man, let's go. Let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Alright. The most important part, never forget your torque wrench, 120 foot-pounds every screw. Smaller device, the higher the foot-pounds you want to go. Click. Where is it? Go, go, go. Click and click. Done. What else? We're missing a couple screws here still, people. Everything is connected minus the battery, and it's just body screws at this point. Let's go for it. That stupid thing is bothering me. We gotta tuck that in. That something has to be done with that speaker wire. Okay, much better. Let's not forget the blob of shit to put on here. A bit much went out, but that's alright. We'll just grab some more. SD reader, SD, what else? Just a couple screws. I have that one in. The only thing that I don't think I have the screws for this. I'm gonna have to count them. I'm almost dead certain those screws weren't in earlier in that thing. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 silver screws. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 go through this thing, and we only have 6, so we are short a few screws. So I know there were none in that. What can we shortcut on this thing? It's just mine. Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. We're short a couple screws. I don't think I have anything that small offhand. I have the exact opposite. I have coarse thread, but not fine thread laying about. I do have a pack of what's it called? Switch screws, but there's not one single extra whatsoever in it. So I'm not going to get too concerned with it. As I said, this is, as we see it, the parts is the state it came to me in. Literally, yeah. I will put one screw in the headphone jack for now. I just about coughed there. I know I don't have anything laying around, but what's the chances? If this is the same thread, we're going to use this black one for something. Let's find out. There we go. So there's the one screw that we dodgily put somewhere else. I guess I do have some that size. Although not just laying around like that one. That was something I had out from the other day. That would be too good if I had a couple more. Alright, so I'm going to put one there. I'm going to save one for the SD card, which is normal. And then we have 3 that could potentially go on this side, but only 2 will make it. Let's grab the bin and look. Coarse thread. I'm going to give like a minute to this because I despise digging through this thing and finding this, that small a screw is always near impossible in this mess. They're just so small, and the ones that you usually do find are the coarse threaded ones, not the machine thread. The machine thread is so much harder to dig out. see, is that? Nope, wrong thread. Wrong thread, wrong size. Not just wrong thread, wrong size. Yeah, there's one that's the right size, just too short. Alright, we gained 2 extra screws out of this. That can't be terrible bad. They're not at all for a switch. Actually, that might not be the right size. It might be just a tad off. Let me see. Yeah, no. Thought we were lucky. Alright, moving on. I'll order another set to put this together at some point. But as I said, it's mine. I don't much care. As long as it stays together, it don't need to be complete. State I got it in. It's kind of cool keeping it at that level of parts. Not cool, but like original to me. Let's put him in and finish it. Those are such a nuisance. I hate them. I've had extremely good luck today. When we get my new back, whoo! It's not going to have the holes ripped through on the corners, even though I don't have a set of corner screws. What is this? Alright, let's find out. I'm curious. DT Computers?
Hello, is David there?
No, he's not. This- Perfect, man. Thank you. People calling for donations. Imagine that. Alright, the screws that we have one for the bottom, one for the top, one for the bottom, because, you know, as I said, missing parts when this thing got to me. Kind of had to pick and choose between what. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. That's like a whole new experience threading a screw in there. Once to strip the head off the screwdriver compared to mine, where you'd set it there and the screw would fall in place. Simply amazing. And we should have 2 here, but we only have 1. Let's find a home for our SD card. Kickstand it. Battery. Here it is. So, Clippy. Little red thing down the side because it was indeed at one time a red Joy-Con. And this one should be blue. Even though they're paired with the console, when you connect you should get the little colored things flashing on the sides. Wi-Fi, everything seems to be good. Let's indeed check. Not currently on the console, so can we not see the SD card? Is it not plugged in? What did I hit? I hit something randomly with a glove. Gloved finger. Oh my goodness. Go to the settings, man. Okay, SD card not detected, so possibly not plugged in. Fuck. Here we go. Here's the battle. What a nuisance. Yes, we're taking screws back off. Just think, this is from working console to testing parts with some of the working parts to back to working console, and we've had a few things happen along the way. Let's hope I'm not about to destroy anything. Oh, 100% wasn't plugged in. Alright. Alright, you make me fight for it. I understand. We're going to hold that in place because I felt it snap down. Getting held in place, screw put in, and then we let go. If it detects, it should flash a message up about having to restart, I believe. Let me check the chat here. Anybody still hanging in there? Yeah, not quite making connection. Out of many years of messing with SD cards and the connections they make. Okay, so we got it. Restart. And just the ways that they plug in and make connection, if it's a little thing like that. I have to say the Switch is my least favorite ever of anything. With how that is SD card unit connects and just has that one little tiny screw on it. A block of foam to kind of help alignment too. I mean, that foam, which I can't kick on foam, we just used it to align and brace a DC jack in the dodgy workshop. But that was for a power connection, not a multi-pinned SD connection. But the housing for a power connection, not two slightly different things, in a sense. Alright, go. Stripping those out. Cheap replacement screws or something. Can't say they're original, I don't know. And this better be it. I'm ready. Gonna end this thing. We know it's on the SD card. That's a dad move. Alright, perfect. Let's call it there, man. Clean this shit up and get out of here. Game loaded. I'm calling it good. Close the software. Yes. And let's put it to sleep. Put it away. And finish this. Get out of here, people. Thank you for hanging out. Those who did. Those earlier. Everybody clicking the link, coming there, hanging out. Much appreciated. I got some testing done though, so I think I see a light at the extreme far end of a tunnel way down there. It's just like a little pinpoint that I probably hallucinate and not seeing any light. But it seems like my box of parts may be worth something after all. Not worth like monetary, but like worth as in I can get a functional switch out of it. It was, what did I pay? I think I paid 80 freedom bucks, I believe, for a dock, the charger, the torn apart switch, and an extra set of Joy-Cons, because I got a red and blue and the blue and green when I bought it. And I paid $80, I believe. I would have to check to be sure. But it was non-working, wasn't very much. But I got two chargers, one dock, and some of the two Joy-Cons and the torn apart switch. So, worth it, not worth it, I don't know, yet to find out. If the board can be repaired, 100% worth it. If it can't, then I don't know. A little bit of mixed feelings about that one if it can't be repaired. That'd be super cool if it could, but I can't really complain if it can't. And we fixed the card reader, so hopefully that part of it works. I can't say for sure if it will or not, because my dumb monkey ass didn't bring a game card. Planned ahead and thought, let's test this thing. I'll take all the essential parts to test it, and yep. Aging monkey brain syndrome never fails. I forget it again. Alright, wrap that. Looks good. Good to go. Go away. And repackaged for the day when we actually attempt it. check it out. Pack our box back up. But we know what works. We have question marks. Wi-Fi did start working, I believe, unless I was mistaken. I think it did work after we plugged in the antenna. Like actually plugged the antenna in. So we need to check the game card and to charge up the battery, see what the status of it is. The SD card reader did work, and we have a few extra chips for the board, and we have one hell of a mess on the board. I'm not very hopeful. I mean, obviously I hope it can be fixed, but I don't have high hopes for that board, I will say that. New back, new kickstand. Alright, so upcoming, hopefully we get to see a Switch revived out of this box of parts and silly ideas. That would be super cool. That way, that way. Anyhow, have a good evening, good morning, good afternoon, whatever time it is, wherever you are, people. Thank you so much. Oh, I tried to do it. I tried to do it. Much, much love to everybody that makes it here, made it here. We'll see you next time. I gotta go. Well, I don't have to go yet, but I gotta go in case I gotta go. I'm expecting to have to go with the situation I was called about. So, have a good one, and we'll see you soon. Get some rest, man. You're a savage. Thank you for hanging out. Never expected, always welcomed. All you guys are savages. Thank you so much. We have a project to look forward to. So, we'll see you soon. Thank you.